Start recording. Okay, in case you're just coming in, my name is Josh. I'm with American Gnome Broadcasting. And on the last video, we looked at the movie accident from Twilight Zone, the modern movie. Well, it was in the 80s. Some stupid alien discussion with Moist Critical. The Bing Hood test from Mythical Films. I think it was Mythical Films. Mythical Films. And then Diablo 4 updates from the open world, and we did some weird history as well, but we're getting ready to go check out Exo One and see what that's about. So let me go ahead and reshape my other desktop. Put that right there. Okay. So right now, make sure I have that available. So before we watch the video, for Exo One, the description is as follows. A strange signal, an alien craft. Exo One is an interplanetary gravity-defying journey through space and time. Sweet. A strange signal. On the anniversary of the Jupiter accident, an alien signal transmits construction blueprints for an alien craft which humanity builds, called Exo One. Sounds like The Arrival. An alien craft. Master a truly alien transversal system and move through an enigmatic and desolate alien landscapes in ways you've never experienced. Use gravity and momentum to reach colossal speeds and exhilarating heights. So is it like a mass driver type thing? An interplanetary journey. Ride thermal updrafts into boiling cloud formations, careen down hillsides and launch off mountaintops, all the time drifting toward the shining blue beam on the horizon. Atmospheric, diffused visuals are merged with otherworldly sound effects and a hypnotic electric guitar soundtrack. Pilot your craft on mankind's first voyage outside the solar system and go on an interplanetary journey across space and time. So, now that put that right there. Let's put this on pause. That's a really good song. And let's go back. No, not to that. Where are we going? Where are we supposed to be going? Is it? Aha, it's here. No. There we go. Should be exciting. Some nice guitar licks. Oh, that's a black hole, or the horizon. The event horizons. Light speed. let's see what it's about. And put that, close that. We can do away with that and put just store down that. No, no. That one, yeah, that's the one we need to be on. And we're gonna put that right there, and TV room and activities. Okay, so Exo One. Do you want to do it with cloud gaming? Hey. Oh, I got to install it anyway. Okay. So, we're going to do that. It's only 11 gigs. Okay, so while we're doing that, we can bring this and this back up. Okay, so we'll watch 1990 while we wait for Exo One to install, and that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you know what?
Come on, Uncle Phil, this is the 90s, man.
Man, it's the 90s. It's hammer time.
It's the 90s. The 1990s in point of fact.
Does your girlfriend have a girlfriend?
The 90s were excellent.
The 1990s. This decade would be all that and a bag
Strange
of
and scary, but they were awesome.
where the planet would see the rise of the World Wide Web,
Plane tickets are ordered. Now, let's look up dinosaurs.
civil unrest in the States, and a hairstyle called the Rachel dominate the landscape. Today, we're going to give you the 411 about the news, culture, sports, and entertainment, and all that was weird in the 90s.
Don't touch that dial.
This is Time.
I'm sure you know what time it is.
Hang on to your plaid, because we're starting at the beginning with the year 1990. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what your favorite 90s expression was. Okay, baby?
Okay, sure.
Let's go back.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm dying for a Pepsi.
Coming out of the 80s, the world was changing. Communism was crumbling. The Cold War was thawing, and materialism had taken root in our culture. Moving into the 90s, how would this decade be defined?
Taking root?
In the year ahead, we will see
Man,
one
we've
of the
been
biggest
materialistic
upsets
for
in
quite a
sports
long
history.
time.
A whale of a good time, and a stage being set for war.
5 months ago, Saddam Hussein started this cruel war against Kuwait. Tonight, the battle has been joined.
This is 1990.
Aren't you gonna say hello?
The year started
The
off
original
great.
OG
David N. Dinkins became the first black mayor of New York City, who was sworn in on January 1st. Dinkins' tenure, however, was marred with unparalleled levels of crime and a massive budget deficit. Most commonly, he's remembered for failing to respond to the race riot in August of 1991, now dubbed the Crown Heights crisis. At the time, tensions were high between blacks and Jews in Brooklyn. A brutal attack on Orthodox Jews sparked a full-blown riot. 2 days later, after holding up in the Vatican Embassy in Panama City for 10 days, dictator Manuel Noriega surrendered to the United States. American forces surrounded the location, blasted music, and flew helicopters overhead. Eventually, the U.S. and the Vatican reached
It's weird that two
and
oppressed
Noriega
peoples in
surrendered.
America
Coming
like
back to
that
the
don't
States,
band
we go to
together
Washington, D.C.,
and
where Mayor
start
Marion Barry was arrested during an FBI sting operation
changing
and
things
caught
where
smoking the crack
they need
on
to
January
change.
18th. In a surprising twist, after serving his 6-month sentence, Barry was re-elected mayor, serving from 1995 to 99. In late January, we head to the New Orleans Superdome, where during Super Bowl 24, the San Francisco 49ers demolished Mule-Mouth John Elway and the Denver Broncos 55-10. Quarterback Joe Montana won his 3rd Super Bowl MVP. 3 days later, the Soviet Union saw its first McDonald's restaurant open in Moscow. Those golden arches attracted long lines of hungry Russians, who waited as long as 6 hours for 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, plus fries and a Coke.
I think the reaction from the Soviets is going to be exceptional. I think they're going to just say, thank you, thanks McDonald's, thanks for coming here.
One journalist noted the level of Russian enthusiasm was the expression of America's rationalism and pragmatism toward food. That's one way of looking at it.
McDonald's, food, boats, and bars.
On February 11th, the leader of the movement to end South African apartheid, Nelson Mandela, was released from prison after spending 27 years incarcerated.
I tell you, feeling the thrill of just realizing that he's going to be out.
I feel free today. It's going to change the country a lot.
Mandela had been sent to prison on trumped-up charges of treason and sabotage. Flash forward 4 years, where on May 10th, Mandela would be elected as president of South Africa and serve until 1999.
The moment of bridge, the sacrifices has come.
Back to 1990, and we go to the Tokyo Dome in Japan, where on the same day as Mandela's release, the undisputed, undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, Mike Tyson, was defeated. Iron Mike was knocked down and out by the 42-1 underdog, Buster Douglas, in the 10th round of the bout. The next day, on February 12th, rapper, dancer, and pants wearer MC Hammer released his album, Please Hammer, Don't Hurt Him. He stayed on the Billboard 200 for 21 weeks straight and propelled MC into superstardom thanks to his juggernaut single, You Can't Touch This. Hammer became so popular that a year and a half later, he got his very own cartoon, Hammerman, which debuted on September 7th, 1991. Your very own cartoon. Now that's making it.
It's hammer time.
Back to 1990, we go to the courts, where on February 27th, the case of Washington versus Harper saw an inmate in Washington state sue the prison system for involuntary medication, specifically around the inmate's antipsychotic medication. The court found that Harper was a danger to either himself or his fellow inmates, and the prison was well within its rights to administer antipsychotic medicine against the will of the individual involved.
Now they're taking Burger King by storm. You can get one of your favorite meals at Costco every time you buy a Kids Club meal. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle badges. For women.
Look. I know medication can be a touchy thing. But we all know those motherfuckers that just aren't fucking right when they aren't on their medication. Well, they get real fucking creepy. And we all know that those motherfuckers, when they're not on a medication, look at all of us like we're goddamn beef jerky, or the enemy, or playthings. So I kind of agree with the forced medication, because it's not just for his safety, but it's for everybody else's safety as well.
Only at Burger King.
Cowabunga, dude. Sir, we have been sabotaged. I'm telling you, he wants to defect.
I'll shake the man loose.
Right full rudder. Cancel on crazy island.
Sean Connery, Alec Baldwin, The Hunt.
for Red October.
This is no April Fool's joke, but after a 9-year stagnation, the federal minimum wage was increased on April 1st, going from $3.35 to a whopping $3.80.
From what Mindy is holding, we found what we were looking for, being fans of peaks.
Damn good coffee. And hot. Hello! I was wondering if I might trouble you for a cup of strong black coffee. They got a cherry pie there. That'll kill you.
On April 10th, animal rights activists had a win when they successfully convinced canned tuna brands not to buy fish caught from companies that use nets which harm dolphins. The turning point was when Heinz, who was the globe's foremost tuna supplier, decided to stop buying any tuna caught using purse fishing net methods.
Just about everything you see in here is a potential hazard.
Oh, okay.
Let's just
All
say
right.
you're changing the water in this
So
here.
we'll pause this here. And I apologize to anyone. Actually, can I do that on my phone? Okay, so I can do that. Okay. Let's make that go away and that go away and bring that up because we're going to need to see and need to make sure my controller is being recognized. Show Bluetooth Xbox controller pad. Okay. We are a go on the controller. And play. Okay. Hello, new viewer. How you doing? We're getting ready to go into whatchamacallit, Exo One. We will not be skipping this, most certainly not. drive. Direct and engage. Gravity increases tenfold. When disengaged, gravity becomes moon-like. Theoretical at this point, anyway. Construction still hasn't commenced. See it. Oh, shit. Have a good day, sir, at work, man. I really, really dig the visuals. This is crazy. It's like playing 2001: A Space Odyssey or something like that. stay aloft in that stuff? This game is really dope. Sorry. Fucked up there. Sounds like time to me. So far it's a decent game. I'm not exact. I mean, I know what's up. I know what I'm doing, sort of. And I understand this. Like it's cool. I like. I like the game. It's a nice casual, sort of flighty game. Like I like it. I do. It's a little nerve-wracking. I do like the threading the needle type stuff that I have to do. That's kind of cool. Let's smoke a cigarette real quick. Doing well though. Thank you very much if you've excuse me. Thank you very much if you've been watching. I'm gonna strive to. I mean, it won't always be a different game every single time, but I always try to keep it interesting. There's so many games on Game Pass that I should be able to give you new content at least fairly often. New game content, anyways. And I still have a lot of games that I need to get back to anyway. But as I am paying for Game Pass, I'm going to make sure I sample a bunch of different games. Be right back. if you don't mind, I'm gonna make some coffee real quick, because we still have a couple hours to go. I don't have to be up until 12 tomorrow. Well, 11, really, to call it comfortable. But I still have some time. So I'm gonna make some coffee. Need my glasses because I can't see anything without them. Alright. And I really like having a controller to play with. I need a better gaming chair. But one thing at a time. Next thing I'm getting is a new hard drive. Well, not a new one. An additional hard drive, so that I can. I need more capacity. Basically, is what it is. I can offload a lot of my the stuff that I don't use as much onto another hard drive and keep my bulk hard. You know what I'm saying? I need more space. I'm thinking about a 2 terabyte hard drive, removable SSD. Yeah. Most of my hard drives are SSD as it is. I have a few SATAs. I've always been a fan of more is better when it comes to hard drive space and RAM. Hats. Because if you're one of those people that likes to have multiple tabs open at once, having as much RAM as you can helps you out quite a bit. Alright, so let's put that right there. Where's Weedy? Come on. Oh, if you're looking for something to give your cat, there are these savory, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. There are these savory like they're sachets, and they've got like salmon, and they have one salmon and tuna, and the other one's just tuna. I usually get him the salmon one because he likes salmon. Yeah, I think it's better for him. I like tuna too. I love tuna. I have that almost every day with my lunch, but salmon has the omega-3s, and it's good for his coat and everything. And he's still a relatively young cat, so I want to make sure he gets what he needs. Because it's basically his supplement, because he doesn't really... when I give him wet food, he doesn't eat the food. He just licks the moisture out of it. So I just make sure he has enough. That's one of the other things that I've got to order is a new fountain for him. His biggest need is for water. He gets enough. I mean, I always make sure he has water, but fresh water is important, and running water is good for their peace of mind. They do try to get it. They like fresh water. They like running water. But in order to supplement, because he doesn't do well with like I mean, he will eat pate sometimes, but still a lot of times he'll just like leach all the moisture out of it and leave everything there. So in lieu of that, I have those salmon packs. I'm afraid if I show you one, I'm going to have to give him one, because like I can't just like, bring it out and not like give it to him, because I mean, they're not expensive by any means. Hey buddy, you want a salmon treat? Huh? You want a salmon treat? So for a demonstration's sake, I will give him a salmon treat. I think he had one today, but we can make an exception because he's a good kitty. So yeah, he's already looking at me. Well, I need to get more. I need to get more. I'll get some tomorrow when I'm at work. Yeah, he's already so he's gonna get his snack break, and I'm gonna get mine, my smoke break. Look at you being a gentleman for the camera too. Usually he's making a fuss because I'm not moving fast enough. because I want to get all of the stuff out of the packet, and I don't want to get it all over my hands. So I usually take my time. I usually have it in this, and yeah, well, it's these right here. Fancy Feast, Savory, Puree Naturals. Yeah, they're little packets. And there's like 4 of them in each one, and they come out looking like that. It's like a paste, and he really seems to like you. You've been very. Hey, it's okay. Hey, it's okay. Stop. It's okay. You've been very patient. Here. I want to make sure I didn't get any medicine on my hands or anything, because I don't want to touch his bowl or anything like that with it. So, yeah, it's a big hit with him, and that makes sure that he gets his proteins. He's not a huge, like sometimes he'll eat meat when I give it to him, and I'm fairly sure he hunts, but he likes his kibble. He really does. That's Purina. Purina One Natural Selects blend, the salmon one. We actually have all the cats on the same brand because they seem to like it. Also, I think they like Meow Mix brand kibble as well. He will do pate sometimes, but like there are times when he'll just like completely leach all the moisture out and leave. Like you'll just see the stuff. Like, I mean, sometimes like visiting cats will take care of it, but I'm trying to make sure he gets his nutrients, not other cats. They get fed upstairs. And I love the other cat. I love all my cats. I've had a hand in raising all of them, all the cats that are on the property, except for the 2 newest ones, Kratos, which is the landlord's kitty, and Arya, which is her daughter's kitty, and they're just here temporarily. They're both very sweet cats, but I make it a point not to have them down here because those are upstairs cats. I try not to have visiting cats sleep here either. I want to make sure that they go upstairs and bunk. But I'm not a monster, and I won't force cats out if it's like super cold or it's raining or snowing or something like that. And if they do have to go, I'll make sure they go in upstairs. We have cat doors and alike, but one second, I'm getting coffee. I know you're still mad at me. Because the thing is he knows exactly. He knows what the medicine looks like. He knows usually when it's about to go down, because I'm feeling around his shoulder blades, like, to make sure that it goes where he can't fucking mess with it. So, oh yeah. All right. I have my coffee. Okay, so you have a lot of mass. I should restart the level. Nautica. Word. Oh, wow. This camera. Where's the damn? Damn it. Ah, shit. I don't like being in this ocean. It's very weird sensation doing this. All right. What are these things? I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Maybe I was on a timer. Oh. Heard that. All right. Catch it. All right, so I don't know what that was for. I don't know what that was, but that was cool. Oh, I'm not supposed to go the other way. It's almost like being in a Tron game. Why does everybody have to fucking mess with me when I'm... God bless. Sort of like Flight of the Navigator. Remember that? There we go. There's the marker that I saw. It's like driving a Rasengan around. Makes my fucking hands sweaty fucking doing like it's thought you were gone. You thought wrong, ma'am. I am still here. The Ramulum. Picked up another follower. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, come on. What is it? That was very nice and entertaining. It's marbles in space. I like it. It's like watching a Stanley Kubrick movie, like Space 2001: A Space Odyssey. Yeah. I'm hoping that Cornetes is where I might play for a little bit longer. Let's see. You're gonna get another. Actually, no, because we still gotta close it out. Well, I'm gonna go and get a cigarette and decide whether I want to press on for a little while, because this game is really entertaining and it's really like you're into it. You know what I'm saying? There's no like it's all you're flying a spaceship, man. It's fucking like, you know, it's all like fully active. Like you're always motherfucking paying attention. So at least you're getting my best concentration in the game out of this. Like let's be honest. I hope everyone's having fun. I see I gained another follower. Thank you very much. That was. Or maybe it was just the one that signed up. Just now. Moogie. Whatever. But, yeah. So this is Exo One. We're finding out that you know, they got this probe, or they got instructions to build this probe, and they weren't sure it was going to work, but you've been like making it so far, and you're pretty much, I guess you're remembering the things that brought you here to this point. Like I said, it was just they said, like, you know, this is a one-way trip, and I would assume, yeah, like you're going farther in the universe than any human has ever been. No, maybe. And yeah, we're on the fucking. I think we're on an asteroid, which is cool as fuck. I don't know. We'll see what's up. Music is beautiful, by the way. Visuals of all has been stunning. Yeah, I like this game quite a bit. I'm getting sleepy though. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it at 3 regardless, so I'll be back in a minute. as is tradition, a changing of the hats and a showing of the belly and a taking of the dabs. And the loving of the kitty too. So, let me turn this off. Follow Muji 0707. I hope you guys aren't all bots, because that would be very depressing. If you are living, breathing people, I thank you very, very much. Starting to feel like a real streamer now. I got that up. I got that up. I can actually take this and I can go home, so I'm not consuming so many resources. Actually, yeah. So I think it'll save. Just got here. Let's see where it takes. Let's see where it takes. I hope it takes me. I think, okay. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm gonna end the game here. We've still got about a half an hour before I cut it. I want to unwind. It's basically an unwind type thing. I really like this game. So we're gonna unwind. Yes. That was really fucking cool. Did it again. Back the fuck off, man. Alright, it doesn't. Okay. All right. Doesn't give as many details as Steam does. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, okay. So now we can get back to Ha, and we'll go Ha. And yeah, we got to finish 1990 anyway.
It's tank. And you accidentally fill it with gasoline, like so. The janitor comes in, there's a power outage, he lights himself a match, and... he's cooking fish sticks!
In late April, the Hubble telescope was launched into space aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery. After its launch, it was discovered that the telescope's primary mirror had an aberration that affected its ability to produce clear and accurate images, making the poor Hubble a late-night talk show punchline.
Have you heard about the problems with the Hubble Space Telescope? They called the NASA official repairman to fix it. And he said he'll be up there sometime in the 21st century between noon and 5.
Since being fixed, the Hubble has helped revolutionize astronomy, giving in-depth looks at distant stars, planets, and galaxies, and giving scientists a better understanding of black holes. Some sad news as we head into mid-May. The man behind the Muppets, Jim Henson, died at the age of 53.
He's going way too soon, sir.
So much. Just by being the person who he is.
Henson single-handedly ushered in a new golden age of puppets, creating many of his iconic characters on Sam and Friends in 1955, which would then later be reborn as The Muppet Show, almost 20 years later. Besides being the hand behind Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy, Henson also helped create puppets for The Dark Crystal, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Farscape, and Labyrinth. On the same day, beloved Rat Pack member Sammy Davis Jr. passed away. The actor, singer, and comedian died while heavily in debt to the IRS. His estate was divided up and had various legal battles surrounding it, after the death of his wife, who passed in 2009. A little-known fact about him was that towards the back half of his life, he converted from Judaism to Satanism. The Mr. Bojangles crooner hosted many interesting parties, satanic rituals, and pagan sacrifices. Sticking with the music, Madonna's Vogue topped the charts by reaching #1 on the U.S. Hot 100 on May 19th and stayed there for 3 consecutive weeks. The music video for Vogue was directed by a then-budding David Fincher, who we may hear from later on in the decade.
What's in 1995? What's in 1995?
In late May, Colombian elections were marred by violent protests and riots after Cesar Gaviria won the presidency. Luis Carlos Galán, the Colombian presidential candidate, had been shot and killed while campaigning south of Bogota. He was so far ahead in the polls for the presidential elections that he was virtually assured of victory. His campaign manager, Cesar Gaviria, ran in his place after the attack and was elected president. Immediately after Galán's assassination, the president at the time, Virgilio Barco, retaliated by reinstating extraditions.
Have you brought any fruits or vegetables onto the planet?
2 weeks.
Excuse me? Catch!
Get ready for a surprise.
A notable first, the Thanatron, the machine Jack Kevorkian used for assisted suicides, was used for the first time on June 4th. Janet Adkins of Portland, Oregon, became the first person to use the Thanatron.
Her decision that had been made some time ago, the boys were all familiar with it, and we all knew what she wanted to do.
Kevorkian
so in the end, I did follow my schedule for the most part for tonight's activities. We did some before we checked out Exo One, but
Jose Gonzalez ruled that 2 Live Crew's album, as nasty as they want to be, was obscene, and the album was ruled illegal to perform in multiple Florida counties. With hits like Me So Horny and Dirty Nursery Rhymes, the group quickly gained nationwide recognition for their profanity and explicit lyrics. Crew's Fresh Kid Ice and Amazing V were arrested by the police during a performance at, of all places, a local Florida strip club after the ruling. The case was taken to trial, where the crew would eventually be acquitted. 2 Live Crew walked, so Megan Thee Stallion could run. Sticking with the justice system, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld by a 6-3 vote police DUI checkpoints on June 14th. In the decision, written by Chief Justice William Rehnquist, the court rejected assertions that DUI checkpoints violated the Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable search and seizure. We now go to the Middle East, where on June 21st, a 7.7 magnitude earthquake devastated Iran. An estimated 50,000 Iranians perished, and over 400,000 people were left homeless from the quake, which spanned from 7.3 to 7.7 on the Richter scale. Heading into July, we go to Italy. Buongiorno. Where West Germany, yes, West Germany was still around at the time, won the FIFA World Cup, defeating Argentina 1-0. This was the 3rd World Cup title for West Germany.
You ain't got a body no more, son. It's all up here now. You want to move something, you got to move it with your mind. I did it. Way to go.
The month of August would start off a touch fresher, with the city of San Luis Obispo, California, adopting the first legislation to ban smoking in bars. Tobacco giant R.J. Reynolds fumigated local residents with pamphlets urging them to call their council members, but to no avail. By July of 2018, nearly every state adopted similar laws, with only 12 states: Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia, West Virginia, and Wyoming, who still live in flavor country. 6 days later, after invading Kuwait, the Iraqi government proclaimed that they had annexed the country. In a statement issued from Saddam Hussein's ruling council, they insisted their lack of fear from American military forces, despite the annexation, proclaiming, "All the fleets and squadrons of aircraft will not shake a single palm frond in Iraq." We'll see how well that statement holds going into 1991.
Clear!
Oh my god.
Flatliners, that was a good movie.
Easy.
Now pick up the beat, pick up the beat, pick up the beat.
What's up, Lil? Oh, what happened to your Whitney Houston cutout? He fell apart in the shower.
On September 14th, Seattle Mariners Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. made history by becoming the first father-son duo to hit back-to-back home runs against the California Angels.
And he hits one well to left center field. Back-to-back home run.
So you got flat? What the fuck? You better pull over and see.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
In late September, East and West Germany overwhelmingly voted in favor of reuniting the two countries, which had been separated since Germany's unconditional surrender in 1945. The measure passed with a vote of 442 in favor and 47 against.
Step out the pit, all you can do is put me on a little guilt
I can
trip.
explain that, all right?
Hey, I lent you my girlfriend. You made a move on her.
You made a move on Kevin?
Nothing happened. Then you send your little sex freak over to my house trying to look for some kind of handout.
It's temporary insanity, all right? I wasn't thinking with my head.
You weren't thinking at all. Hold on a second. Let's back up to the part about the sex freak.
Humphrey the Humpback Whale may not be as popular as Free Willy, but on October 24th, he became a celebrity in his own right.
I saw his tail come up out of the water. It was right past the Golden Gate Bridge.
During his long seasonal migration from Mexico to Alaska, Humphrey decided to take a pit stop in the San Francisco Bay. Humphrey stayed for 3 days and then was lured back on his way by the Marine Mammal Center, who played the smooth, jazzy sounds of other humpback whales.
Red Lobster.
Tonight, 30 shrimp, just $8.95.
Red Lobster for the seafood lover in you.
And kids get shrimp, a complete meal, just $1.95.
We go to Saudi Arabia, where on November 6th, a group of women protesters drove through the streets of Riyadh as an act of defiance to the government ban on women driving cars. Unfortunately, this act of civil disobedience cost them deeply. The women were arrested, removed from their jobs, and banned from traveling. Subsequently, the Interior Minister, Prince Naif bin Abdulaziz, officially banned women from operating motorized vehicles. This stayed law until 2017, when King Salman announced an order allowing women to drive. Driver's licenses for women were issued the following year. In mid-November, Bret Easton Ellis's book, American Psycho, was supposed to be published by Simon & Schuster, but was pulled over aesthetic differences after a public outcry that the book was deemed too violent. The book would eventually be picked up by Vintage Books and would go on to sell over 1 million copies. Nearly 10 years later, the movie American Psycho, starring Christian Bale, made its debut.
Hey, Paul!
Speaking of psychos,
Home Alone.
I don't care if I have to get out on your runway and hitchhike. I am going to get home to my son. Yes!
Coming back to literature, a sad passing as acclaimed children's book author Roald Dahl died on November 23rd. Author of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, James and the Giant Peach, BFG, and countless others, Dahl's books worldwide have sold over 250 million copies. And fun fact, Roald was also the screenwriter of the James Bond film You Only Live Twice.
You dirty bird. How could you? Misery Chastain cannot be dead.
Misery Spirit's still alive.
I don't want her spirit! I want her! And you murdered her!
In the landmark case of Cruzan versus Director, Missouri Department of Health, Nancy Beth Cruzan, who was in a persistent vegetative state, was being kept alive by a life support system. In a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court allowed Nancy's parents the right to terminate the use of her feeding tubes that were administering her nutrition and hydration. Just 3 days before Christmas, Lech Walesa took the oath of office as Poland's first popularly elected president. Previous to Walesa, Ryszard Kaczorowski had ended his term by living in exile in London. Walesa, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, would go on to serve as president from 1990 to 1995. Just after Christmas, the U.S. Census was released, and America was getting pretty big, with a grand total of 249.6 million people. And that is how 1990 ended. 1999 was just days away, and America would see itself on the precipice of war. Racial tensions would boil over in the City of Angels, and we would find out what goes well with fava beans and a nice Chianti. But that is for next year. Coming soon, 1991.
Let me know how it turns out, guys.
So what do you think? What was your fondest memory of 1990?
Wow.
1991.
Well, that's why we do this content late at night, because
time when Saddam Hussein would feel
bullshit.
the wrath of coalition aircraft. A king would be beaten in front of a shocked country, and a shadow would be cast over the world.
Watch yourself, she's a wild one.
We're going to talk about the news, culture, sports, and entertainment, and all that was weird in the 90s. This is Timeline. This one's going to be fun because it's all about 1991. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what story from the 1990s you would like a full video on. Now, are you ready for 91?
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
You forgot to say please. This is 1991. The year started with a leadoff hit when on January 7th, Major League Baseball's all-time hits leader, Pete Rose, was released from a minimum security prison. Charlie Hustle, who had been serving 5 months for federal income tax evasion, took it to the halfway house called Talbot House, where residents typically shared their room with 2 or 3 other people. A little over a week later, on January 16th, the winds of war kicked up when President George H.W. Bush announced the commencement of Operation Desert Storm. The attack began within hours, with waves of coalition warplanes attacking targets in and around Iraq. Besides military targets, American forces also bombed strategic locations like Iraq oil refineries, the international airport, and even the presidential palace of President Saddam Hussein. I wonder if homeowners insurance covers that. Just 2 days later, on January 18th, 13,000 fans showed up at the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City, Utah, to watch AC/DC perform. The band was playing the recent hit Thunderstruck when the crowd surged toward the stage. Security guards lost control, and at least a half a dozen people were injured in the ensuing panic. 3 of those people who were taken from the concert later died. The disaster was later blamed on festival seating practices. In late January, Coach Bill Parcells and his New York Giants faced off against Coach Marv Levy and the Buffalo Bills in Super Bowl 25. With heightened fears because of the ongoing Gulf War, the game, which was attended by almost 74,000 people, was played under high security at Tampa Stadium in Florida. The game is most famous because of a missed field goal slicing right of the goalpost by Bills kicker Scott Norwood. The Giants won it 20-19.
The census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
We go to San Francisco, where on Valentine's Day, the Bay City's landmark domestic partnerships law went into effect. While domestic partnerships were mostly symbolic and lacked most of the legal trappings of legal marriage, it was still widely considered a victory for gay rights. 500 people took advantage of the law on the first day, registering 250 domestic partnerships. The celebration was capped off by a procession down the stairway beneath the City Hall dome, in which the couple's names were read off one by one. 2 days later, on February 16th, we go to the U.S. Female Figure Skating Championship, which was won by figure skater Tanya Harding. Tanya also became the first American woman to land a triple axel in a competition. We may hear later in the decade from Tanya and her crew. On February 26th, the Gulf War allies liberated the capital of Kuwait after 208 days of Iraqi occupation. A reconnaissance team made up of 12 U.S. Marines who had been ushered in by Kuwaiti resistance forces were the first allies to make it to the city center. Meanwhile, Iraqi troops, under orders from Saddam Hussein, began to withdraw by the thousands. On their way out of Kuwait, the Iraqis set hundreds of oil wells on fire in an effort to destroy the Kuwaiti economy. Heading into March, where on the 2nd, singer Serge Gainsbourg died. During his lifetime, Gainsbourg was regarded as the most important musician in the style known as French pop. A singer, songwriter, pianist, and film composer, Gainsbourg also dabbled in other mediums like poetry, painting, writing, acting, and directing. Serge also had a fondness for unfiltered cigarettes, which his 5-pack-a-day habit may have led to the heart attack that killed him. The next day, on March 3rd, 4 Los Angeles police officers were caught on film beating up taxi driver Rodney King. Police had pursued King, who was intoxicated and had attempted to flee from them. The video, shot from across the street by bystander George Holliday, showed the 4 officers hitting King with their batons 53 times. The video was highlighting the relationship between race and policing. We'll see more of the fallout from the officers involved in 1992. In mid-March at 2 a.m., tragedy struck the country music world when 7 members of Reba McEntire's band were killed in a plane crash in San Diego, California, along with 3 others. Investigations later showed that the pilot, unfamiliar with the territory he was flying through, flew at an altitude that was too low. Just a few moments after takeoff, the left wing clipped an outcropping of Otay Mountain, where the plane crashed and exploded. It was just a few days later, on March 22nd, that high school teacher Pamela Smart, who manipulated her 15-year-old student lover, Billy Flynn, into whacking her ex-husband, was convicted of being an accomplice to first-degree murder, conspiracy, and witness tampering. The Exeter, New Hampshire jury deliberated for 14 days before returning the verdict, and Smart was later sentenced to life in prison. The very next day, halfway across the country, we go to Tennessee, where raging thunderstorms spawned 20 tornadoes, which were reported in southwest Tennessee and southeast Kentucky. 5 people were killed, scores more were injured, and countless homes, trees, and automobiles were reduced to rubble.
Jesus, they Christ. This is my post. All right, put it down. Put it down. And these are the post provisions. All right, now get your ass off the wagon. Put it down. And help me unload. We're just having a conversation. Now put it down.
In late March, the soccer world was rocked by news that Diego Maradona of Argentina had tested positive for drug use and would be suspended from play for as many as 2 years. Only a year earlier, Maradona had led Argentina to its 2nd consecutive World Cup final and navigated to its 2nd Italian League championship. Moving into April, disaster struck again when a plane collided in mid-air with a helicopter over Marion, Pennsylvania, a suburb northwest of Philadelphia. 7 people died, including United States Senator John Hines. Hines, whose family were the heirs of the Hines Food Company, was the sole passenger aboard the plane, which had been experiencing problems with its landing gear. A helicopter in the area was enlisted to help determine if the landing gear was down or not, but it came too close to the plane, and the 2 aircraft collided. Hines's widow, Teresa, would carry on his philanthropic endeavors and later married Senator John Kerry. In mid-April, the world lost legendary film director David Lean, who passed away on April 16th. Considered one of the greatest directors of all time, the 83-year-old British filmmaker won Oscars for Best Director for films Bridge on the River Kwai and Lawrence of Arabia, as well as directing classic films such as Dr. Zhivago and A Passage to India. Heading into May, President George H.W. Bush was taken to Bethesda Naval Medical Center after experiencing an irregular heartbeat. The 66-year-old president, who had been jogging with Secret Service agents at Camp David, had complained about shortness of breath. Bush was held overnight at the hospital for observation. The test showed that, other than the irregular heartbeat, he was in good condition. Bush would eventually be diagnosed with a thyroid condition named Graves' disease. On May 15th, real life imitated art, or at least the movie Naked Gun, when the real Queen Elizabeth went to a Major League Baseball game. Fresh out of the hospital, President Bush took Her Majesty to a game between the Baltimore Orioles and the Oakland Athletics. The Queen also got to meet MLB stars Tony La Russa, Jose Canseco, and Cal Ripken Jr. That must have been enough for the Queen Mum, because she departed after the 2nd inning. Baseball, it's no cricket. Moving into June, every parent's worst nightmare came true when 11-year-old J.C. Lee Dugard was abducted while walking to a school bus stop near her home. Dugard remained missing until August of 2009, when she was discovered in the custody of Philip and Nancy Garrido. During her kidnapping, Dugard had given birth to 2 daughters, who were 11 and 15 at the time of her reappearance. Philip Garrido was sentenced to 431 years to life in prison, while his wife only got 36 years. California lawmakers approved a $20 million payment to Dugard and her 2 children. Dugard would later write a book about her experience called A Stolen Life, a memoir. Back to 91, and on June 12th, a dynasty began when Michael Jordan won his first NBA championship with the Chicago Bulls, beating the Los Angeles Lakers 3-1. Jordan led all scorers with 31 points per game, while dishing out 11.4 assists. Oh, yeah, and Jordan also hit this iconic shot.
Oh, a spectacular move by Michael Jordan. That's 13 consecutive field goals.
On the same day as the Bulls' victory, Boris Yeltsin won the first ever democratic election for Russian Federation president, defeating Mikhail Gorbachev's preferred candidate, Nikolai Rashkov. Yeltsin's campaign was directed at fighting against what he called the dictatorship of the center, which was his way of positioning himself as a clear alternative to Gorbachev and the Communist Party. Yeltsin would serve as president until 1999, and by the time he left office, he was a controversial figure who was generally unpopular with the Russian people. In mid-June, Michael Bolton's song Love is a Wonderful Thing peaked at number 4 on the Hot 100 charts. The song was included on Bolton's album Time, Love, and Tenderness, which would go on to sell 16 million copies worldwide. Good. The song prompted the Isley Brothers to file a lawsuit for copyright infringement. They also had a song called Love is a Wonderful Thing, but they recorded and released it in 1964. Bolton claimed he had never heard the Isley Brothers song, but a jury disagreed and granted the Isleys the largest plagiarism settlement in the history of the music industry.
Damn.
Ordering Bolton to fork over $5 million of the song's profits. Justice. Speaking of crime, just 4 days later, Pablo Escobar, the head of the Medellin cartel, was taken into custody by Colombian authorities. Escobar, who was one of the most wanted men in the world, negotiated his surrender for a month with an 82-year-old Catholic priest. He finally agreed to turn himself in after an assembly rewrote the Colombian constitution to ban extradition. The drug kingpin was taken to a luxurious private prison on the outskirts of Medellin. We may hear more from the Narcos King later in the decade. For you true historical crime fans out there, on June 26th, Kentucky's chief medical examiner put a persistent conspiracy theory to rest when he announced the results of tests conducted to determine U.S. President Zachary Taylor's cause of death. Some had suspected that the 12th president, who died in 1850 at the age of 65, was poisoned by Southern politicians because he opposed extending slavery into the western states. Taylor's body was exhumed and DNA samples were taken, but no foul play was discovered. Taylor's real death was the result of any of a myriad of natural diseases which could have produced the symptoms of gastroenteritis. Mystery solved.
Hasta la vista, baby.
July 11th brought what astronomers refer to as a total solar eclipse of the sun. A solar eclipse is when the moon passes between the sun and the earth, obscuring the image of the sun in whole or in part. A total solar eclipse is when the moon's perceived diameter is larger than the sun's, blocking all direct sunlight and literally turning day into night. The darkness moves in a narrow path across the Earth's surface, with a partial solar eclipse visible over a region thousands of miles wide. This total solar eclipse first cast its shadow over the Pacific Ocean and Hawaii, and moved across Mexico, down to Central America, finally ending
Not
in
for
Brazil.
just you.
The darkness lasted as long as 7
You have your
minutes
own
in some
bowl,
places.
you ate the
According to
whole thing.
astronomers, the Earth won't see a longer total eclipse until June 13th, 2132.
About the message, what it stands for. It's called gentrification. What happens when the property value of a certain area is brought down. Huh? Listening? Yeah.
On the last day of July, the United States Senate voted to lift a ban against women flying combat missions for the Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps. At the time, women were already
We'll be right
working
back.
as jet pilots, training U.S. combat pilots, flying transports, tankers, and other military aircraft. It took 3 hours of debate, but in the end, the measure was approved 96-3. Moving into August, Metallica released its 5th studio album. Technically titled Metallica, the record is now better known as the Black Album. It contained future classics like Enter Sandman, Nothing Else Matters, The Unforgiven, and Sad But True, almost all of which spawned hit music videos as well. The album debuted at number 1, selling 598,000 copies in its first week, and was certified platinum in just 2 weeks, and then spent 4 consecutive weeks atop the Billboard 200. The very next day, on August 13th, the man behind the Barbie doll, Jack Ryan, died. Ryan also invented other classic toys like Hot Wheels cars and Chatty Cathy dolls, and held over 1,000 patents as VP of Research and Design for the toy giant Mattel. But Ryan designed a lot more than just toys. The inventor also designed Sparrow and Hawk missiles for Raytheon, and was once married to Zsa Zsa Gabor. Now, that's a life. On August 15th, Paul Simon gave a free show in New York's Central Park. Park shows were common in the 1970s and 80s, when acts like James Taylor, Elton John, and Jefferson Airplane played, but became unpopular after gangs and hooligans run amok following the 1983 Diana Ross concert. Backed by a 17-piece band, Simon drew 750,000 New Yorkers to the show. Simon later said that the concert was the biggest thrill of his career. Sticking with music, on August 27th, Seattle band Pearl Jam introduced itself to the world with its debut album. Made up of former members of Mother Love Bone and a then unknown Eddie Vedder, Pearl Jam's first album featured hits like Alive, Even Flow, Jeremy, and Blast. At first, it received a lukewarm reception, and sales were slow. But by January of '92, it would enter the U.S. albums chart, where it would stay until 1996, selling over 10 million copies in that time. How appropriate. The name 10 actually refers to the band's favorite NBA player's jersey number, whose Atlanta Hawk guard, Mookie Blaylock.
Now, these exams should be easy, but if you take a look inside Herman's head, you'll see why he sometimes has trouble making up his mind.
On September 13th, Montreal's Olympic Stadium was rattled when a 55-ton slab of concrete fell from the roof of the Olympic Stadium's walkway. Officials would go on to blame complications caused by nearby construction of a soccer stadium. Luckily, no one was hurt, but the stadium immediately closed. Montreal Expos had to play all of their AGP games for the season on the road. Dommage.
You know what? I don't think women understand the feeling of it. Rawhide, steel, vice grip, and monkey plier, dado, head cut, flat jig, miter jig, box, hot glue.
On September 19th, two Germans accidentally made a prehistoric discovery on an alpine glacier right near the Austrian-Italian border. It was a well-preserved man who would eventually become known to the world as Ötzi. He was at first mistaken for someone who recently passed, and authorities clumsily extracted him using ice axes and jackhammers. Researchers in Zurich quickly determined that Ötzi was a 45-year-old man who died about 5,300 years ago. They also found an arrowhead in his shoulder and concluded that he may have been killed as part of a raiding party. Scientists determined Ötzi naturally mummified after being covered with ice shortly after meeting his demise. 5 days later, Seattle music struck when Nirvana released their second studio album, Nevermind. The album is now hailed as one of the most influential albums of the 90s and helped lead the grunge charge, with hits like Come As You Are, Lithium, In Bloom, and of course, Smells Like Teen Spirit. In its lifetime, Nevermind has sold over 30 million copies. September 24th was an incredible day for music, because on the same day, Queen's hip-hop group A Tribe Called Quest released The Low End Theory, now widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential records of all time. The Low End Theory debuted at critical acclaim. While there was some initial doubts about its commercial potential, those didn't last long. Singles like Check the Rhyme, Jazz, We've Got, and Scenario, and by February of '92, the album would be certified gold. Staying with more music, 4 days later on September 28th, it would be a sad day for the jazz world when legendary trumpeter Miles Davis died. The Juilliard dropout, Miles joined up with Charlie Parker's quintet early in his career in 1945. He would go on to revolutionize the sound of jazz multiple times on landmark albums like 1949's The Birth of Cool and 1970's Bitches Brew. Most impressively, his 1959 album, Kind of Blue, to this day remains the best-selling jazz album of all time. Heading into October, televangelist was pulled over by police for driving his Jaguar on the wrong side of the road. The 56-year-old creature was found in the company of a woman named Rosemary Garcia, who later told the media that she was, in fact, a lady of the night. Oh, Jimmy. Swaggart, who sat at the head of a $150 million a year religious empire, had previously been caught being a John. This time, Swags would have to step down as head of his ministries. On the same day, during confirmation hearings for Clarence Thomas, President Bush's Supreme Court nominee, University of Oklahoma Law School professor Anita Hill went before the Senate Judiciary Committee and testified that Clarence Thomas had sexually harassed her. She testified that Thomas had repeatedly asked her out, used work situations to discuss sex, women having sex with animals, and often...
And honestly, I don't think he's forgiven
Thomas was the second
the public
in the history of the court to be nominated,
or anybody for
characterized the
that,
proceedings as a high-tech lynching.
because he's
Ultimately,
done some
he was
really fucking
confirmed
weird
by
things
41
lately.
Republican and 11 Democrat senators. Staying on October 11th, the comedy world said farewell to funny man Red Fox. Born John Elroy Sanford in 1922, the notoriously foul-mouthed comic honed his craft on the Chitlin circuit of black nightclubs during the 1940s and 50s. Fox's stand-up influenced generations of comedians. Red also became a household name, starring on the hit show Sanford and Son, which aired on ABC from 1972 to 1977. Later in life, he regularly headlined in Las Vegas and starred alongside Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor in the 1989 film Harlem Nights.
It's not bad.
Late
7
October,
years for a
legendary screenwriter and
sitcom.
producer Eugene Wesley Gene Roddenberry died. Roddenberry is best known for being the creator of Star Trek, which debuted in 1966 and ran for 3 seasons before being canceled. It found new life in syndication and the movies, and Roddenberry would continue to create, produce, and consult on Star Trek films and television series for the rest of his life. Flash forward to April 21st, 1997, where a Celestis spacecraft carrying portions of Roddenberry's cremated remains was launched into Earth orbit aboard a Pegasus XL rocket. Heading into November, British newspaper magnate Robert Maxwell was found floating dead near his yacht off the Canary Islands. The media tycoon, whose holdings included companies like the New York Daily News, Macmillan Publishing, and the Daily Mirror in London, was born Jan Ludwig Hyman Benjamin Hoch in Czechoslovakia. An Orthodox Jew who escaped the Nazi occupation, he eventually fought with the British Army, which gave him the name Robert Maxwell. He would go on to serve in Parliament, and in the 1970s, he was recruited by Israel to work as a spy. After his death, huge discrepancies were found in his company's finances, including hundreds of millions of dollars that Maxwell had stolen from pension funds. Even more notable, Maxwell's daughter is none other than Ghislaine Maxwell, rumor to the wealthy. Check out our Timeline 2020 video if you want more of her whereabouts. 2 days later, on November 7th, NBA legend Magic Johnson shocked the world when he announced that he was retiring from basketball because he had tested positive for HIV. Considered one of the greatest players in NBA history, the lifetime Los Angeles Lakers star signed a 25-year, $25 million contract in 1981. After his retirement, Johnson still played in 1992's NBA All-Star Game, as well as on the famous Olympic Dream Team, with fellow superstars Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Patrick Ewing.
Hey, you? Counselor? Come out, wherever you are.
On November 18th, Cheyenne Brando, the 21-year-old daughter of screen legend Marlon Brando, was arrested in France and deported to Tahiti. French police had picked up Brando in connection with an arrest warrant issued by a judge in Papeete, Tahiti. Cheyenne had been charged with complicity in the murder of her boyfriend, Dag Drolet, who was killed by her brother Christian Brando on May 16, 1990, at Marlon Brando's Hollywood mansion. Christian, who would plead guilty to voluntary manslaughter, was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Cheyenne would take her own life on April 16, 1995, at her mother's house in Punaui, Tahiti. On November 24th, just one day after confirming the rumors that he had contracted AIDS, Zanzibar-born Queen frontman Freddie Mercury died at the age of 45. Along with guitarist Brian May, bassist John Deacon, and drummer Roger Taylor, Mercury helped to create a unique musical mixture of hard rock, pop, glam, cabaret, and opera. Songs like We Are the Champions, Killer Queen, Another One Bites the Dust, and Bohemian Rhapsody would make Queen one of the most popular rock bands, and the centerpiece of 1985's Live Aid concert. On November 28th, 23-year-old Egyptian-born model and nanny Omaima Nelson murdered her 56-year-old husband, William Nelson, in their Costa Mesa, California apartment. According to Omaima, Bill had assaulted her earlier in the day. As a response, she later used scissors and a clothes iron to take her husband out. And like a mobster, she chopped him up. Then, oddly enough, mixed up his body parts with leftover turkey and disposed of the mixture in the family garbage disposal. According to neighbors, the disposal unit was running for hours after the time of Bill's death. Leftovers? No, I'm full, thank you. Moving into December, Charles Keating, chairman of the Lincoln Savings and Loan Association, was convicted of 17 counts of fraud, racketeering, and conspiracy. Lincoln acquired Lincoln Savings and Loan and promptly looted its assets, while Keating used his sales personnel to convince depositors to put their money into high-risk junk bonds. The scandal remains the largest savings and loan collapse in history and cost American taxpayers almost $2.6 billion. After hearing from several of his victims, mostly elderly retired people, the judge sentenced Keating to 10 years in prison and to pay a $250,000 fine. Keating ultimately only served 4.5 years. On December 21st, media tycoon and CNN founder Ted Turner married Jane Fonda on a ranch near Caps, Florida, about 20 miles outside of Tallahassee. The relationship ratings were good until a decade later, when the couple divorced in 2001, when Fonda's Christian faith had come between them. In a 2008 memoir, Turner clarified he was upset at Fonda's decision to convert without consulting him first. Marriage is about communication, people. Let your loved one know you're going to convert. And finally, on the last day of the year, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, better known as the USSR, was officially dissolved. The disintegration of the Russian state had been a long time coming and became inevitable after a failed coup
And yet,
in the previous
here
August.
the fuck we are.
The former world superpower fractured into its 15 separate countries: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Estonia, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. And that's how 1991 ended. 1992 was just hours away. It would be a year where a champ would go on trial, a city of angels would burn, and the mother of all malls would open. But that is for next year.
Alright, so we'll save that one for next time. Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I have been Josh with American Gnome Productions. We are wrapping up a 6 hour and just about 40 minutes, 6 hours, 38 minutes of stream. Everything up here is in the stream. It's all up on Twitch. Obviously, that's where we're at. But I'll also be putting it up on YouTube as well. Thank you very much. You guys have a great week. I'll see you in. I'll see you when I see you, actually, because stream scheduling is erratic. I stream when I can, when I feel like it, when I have time, when I have energy. So stay happy, stay healthy. Most importantly, stay happy. You guys be safe. And I'll see you next time. Love you guys. Bye.